si fuera la última vez. Y despacito que no sé, bien suavecito, bebé. Taqui, 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 rumba. Wanna taqui, taqui. All eyes on me. but doing it like a
ella que me lo pone.
Preste atenção, é só catuca, catuca, catuca. Everybody wanna say, kore watashi no sai. Entertainer, hachike no superstar. Ore tachi uchida. Everybody wanna say, kore watashi no sai.
Buckle up when you sit in your seat. Turn your lights on, make sure that you can see. It's the red light, so we jump. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Rebola, toca a bola. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Rebola, toca a bola. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Rebola, toca a bola. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Rebola, toca a bola. Desce até o chão, esse é o bonde do Brunão. Ten toes in when we he ain't fly, no. He don't even drive.
Don't be shy, girl, go bonanza. Shake your body like a belly dancer.
Take no beat, I take no beat, I take no beat, I take no, I take no, I take no beat. Just so soft, don't gotta get so deep. You know me, rockin'. Take no beat, I take no beat, I take no beat, I take no, I take no, I take no beat. Just so soft, don't gotta get so deep. You know me, rockin'. Take no beat, I take no beat, I take no beat, I take no, I take no, I take no beat. Just so soft, don't gotta get so deep. You know me, rockin'. Take no beat, I take no beat, I take no beat, I take no, I take no, I take no beat. Just so soft.
Bala pumba.
J.
Bala pumba. 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 É pra você, novinha.
Deixa eu tocar pra você, igual eu toco
Ashi, ashi, ye harashi, ashi, 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 ye
É pra você, novinha. É pra você, novinha. É pra você, novinha. É pra você, novinha.
Deixa eu tocar pra você, igual eu toco
ashi, ashi, ye harashi, ashi. Ashi, ashi, ye harashi, ashi, 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 ye harashi, ashi. On the left side, listen, listen. On the left side, listen, listen. Ashi, ashi, ye harashi, ashi, 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 ye harashi, ashi. On the left side, listen, listen. On the left side, listen, listen. Ashi, ashi, ye harashi. I'll just she's my 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 Subarashi, o kawaii.
Find a mop, it's getting sticky in this. Better find a.
That injured two teenage brothers and killed 18-year-old Lawan Smith.
I think I know. I'm so in love.
Damn. Like I should.
Babe, you know what I'm saying?
Three victims. Lawan, our deceased victim, and
No, I'm money.
Like you like daddy. What's your sign?
yes. 20-year-old George
तेरा तौबा 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 तौबा
No, I ain't gonna comb my hair, 'cause I ain't going anywhere. No, no.
Popping tags. Yeah.
I'm gonna pop some tags. Only got $20 in my pocket. I'm hunting, looking for a comer. This is my son. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this coat from that thrift shop down the road. I'll wear your granddad's clothes. I look incredible. I'm in this coat from that thrift shop down the road.
さてもは冗談じゃないないわ東京じゃねえな Yeah, doing it like a tomboy. Oh my me, oh my gosh.
She said she's scared.
Step up on me, yo.
Like always fresh like body number balling.
Everybody wanna say it, call it.
全部オーラエラ古今東西一切合切死んだ万象ピースピース Past and future can't change the past Past and future run for the future 全部オーラエラ古今東西一切合切死んだ万象ピースピース Past and future can't change the past 離れてごめんをペロン Now do the veggie dance. Now do the veggie dance. Yum yum, eat 'em up. Yum yum.
She says she only
I really like to party. I really like to party. I really like to party. I cannot control my body. So when this song is starting, just consider your plans. It's evident in my dancing. Walk like Michael.
Anything can go.
there is he was in the car with you in the Taurus when you all both worked. The woman, no, she and George, he was together. That's not what you told us earlier. You are right smack dab in the middle of some nasty that you don't want to be in. We just don't drive all the time to move for no reason. He was involved in the shooting earlier that night.
Left leg.
Well, I don't know what you were involved in.
Right
I'll
leg.
let you know. Hey, man, you telling the truth.
Build.
You can tell me that you're telling the truth all day long, okay? It's not up to me. If you have with him together in your car. George put you in the middle of something. And now you know something you don't want to talk about. I don't know what your reasoning is, but you're not telling us what's really there.
Would you buy a life insurance policy if you knew your rate increased every 5 years? What if $9.95 a month bought you less than $1,000 in protection? Sadly, many policy consumers right today fail to cover their insurance prices. You can buy a policy that might not give you enough coverage when you need it the most. Call now to receive free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life Insurance Company. The Senior Care Plan guarantees your rates cannot increase, your benefit will never decrease, there's no medical exam, and you will have lifetime coverage. You can qualify for up to $30,000 in whole life protection. With the Senior Care Plan, your coverage can start immediately, unlike other policies that don't give you full coverage for 2 years. By calling now, you'll lock in the lowest rate possible. Call now for your free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life. You have no obligation. Call now.
I can't believe I cut my hair this short. And it looked nice. Yeah.
Unfortunately, we see this a lot where, girls are like,
What it is.
I'm gonna take it out. Yeah, right. No, right here.
Because he's at home. And when George is behind bars,
I'm a baddie, pretty little. Look at that on
I wake up a little bit.
You know what you can get? Marie, can you give me some hot soup? movies.
Returned to the Black Chrysler compound the previous day. Wow. Straight up to the Banana Club.
Push back to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was a great dad. He loved his daughter.
She is a bit right when he said this moment. give it a full thing.
Like I got dead weight and on this side it's active.
I think you look great. Keep going to that physical therapy. Keep working on that.
You know who's amazing?
Give it time.
Stephen Hawking. He can't move his body either. But he's really, really, really
It's the big star in our life. But I know the sun's got to shine at the end of it. Our days are getting brighter. We're going to be all right. Police respond to the scene and find a woman lying by her car. I could be lying for an injury on this. We're going to need a homicide now. The victim is rushed to the hospital, where she dies. said she knows the suspect. And the witness says she met Eric. wishes. See if she can think about it.
I know your visit is coming up. You hear me? I'll say right here, so your visit is coming up. Okay, now let's see. We got an upcoming video with that's two. It was supposed to be at 2:15. should take it.
So I take it this side of the leads.
You'll see it? Yeah, you see? It just keeps saying it's time to start your video visit. Right now, she's pretty much all over the world. See?
The next bit with no address. Tanks begins to search for the man who says he's a shooter. So today's
Yeah, so my name is Arthur Warner. I had an appointment that got today at 15, and the applicant denied me till just now. Well, 2178. Well, 12 903 900 7866. Or 930 7866. Garner, I'm sorry, Ortiz Garner, 1221 78 at Gmail. Yes. It just reminded me that the appointment was at 2:15. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, because when it popped up, it said 30 minutes, and I was at 2:39. Okay. Okay. Because that's what you do. That's not the Yes.
Is Bonnie there?
Yes.
Hello? Miss Bonnie, can you hear me?
Say something.
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Okay. Yeah, I just got done chatting with them, and yeah, you're gonna shortly. You're
Okay.
gonna schedule that right now.
Yes.
Yeah, you can schedule that shit for you.
Alright, so Tino interpreter needed. You want to do another video visit?
No, I'll come in.
I'll come in. Okay. You don't need a wheelchair when you come in, do you?
No.
Okay. Was it from an auto accident or something?
No.
Or you're doing a routine follow-up, is that correct?
Yes, it's a procedure visit.
Okay. You were doing telemed today, and an evaluation.
Right.
I think you need to take him notes. You've got this procedure. You can't see one of his assistants, or can you?
I have no idea. Better than this man,
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, if you want to see Dr. Solomon, we can do a video visit again sooner or the next time to be able to meet with him on August 18th.
I'll do a video.
But it's still a little bit. It's still, July 22nd. So, that's why I want to know what the visit was for, because we can get one of his assistants, but you're talking about a procedure. Does that have to be done by Dr. Solomon?
It was a procedure evaluation.
Exactly, but because it's an evaluation, does Dr. Solomon have to do it, or can one of his assistants?
Oh, it doesn't matter to me. I really don't care. I don't know if it has to be him.
Yeah. Well, let's just go ahead and do that then. We'll have you come in. First one that we have available will be Thursday, June 26th. That's going to be with Chris Glenn at the same location. And there's mornings or afternoons available. Is there any preference?
We can do it afternoon.
Afternoon, 1:30.
1:45. Yes.
I see no copay here, but as always, have to read this. Mental practice designated as a hospital. You might receive a hospital as well as insurance. Check your insurance. That's why it's insurance comes from. You have no copay. If you need anything else,
No, thank you.
you hang in there, Miss Bonner. Take care of yourself. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for taking a few moments to complete the
walking. Yes, yes, yes. I lose pepper out this shit. Uh-huh. No, it ain't. Let it be cold. Is my purse, dude? You the word. Dad, you hear what I told Sharp? I said, you're the only person I know that get dressed to stay in the bed.
Me too, it's crazy. I said, me too, it's crazy. I'm talking about that. She's the only person I ever seen. It was just hurt until you, when I was on hurt,
Race Thomas found near there, and Race body was found north of that in another town. So town records show that after the incident, appears that Robbie headed north and dumped Ray and his phone during the same time frame on the same town. So I'm feeling pretty good about the case right now. First one talks to Robbie, rest of it's just questions, and I can put this on the shelf. And it's going to go, but I have to talk to you so I can get it done. Would there be any reasonable explanation how that blood ended up where it ended up? Alright, no, we found Ray. Ray's dead.
Oh no, I said LB, what? That was this morning.
It is this morning.
And it won. I said it
I'll
out
check
loud.
that.
Okay,
I know when he was killed. I know where he was killed. It is not a problem.
Right. So ask her again. Everybody checks the donor on it. But you don't know. Babe, it's already afternoon. You told me this afternoon, so why do I got to keep on contacting you about it?
Come speak the Royal Caribbean. Whoa. And
I'm not going to know when you come down the stairs. I can just let me know to come. That'll be okay. Probably just start off.
Yes.
Hey. Oh. Look. How you do that, brother? Look at his face. There you go. Hey, yeah, this thing is stop. Hey, yeah. Hey, baby.
right? Huh? It's a very, very over the top. She's looking for anything. Whatever it is that there's no point in creating. It's so I think.
Huh?
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What?
Spaghetti. Oh, wait. No, please, no. I better not die. If I die, I'm crashing out. I better not die. Okay.
They're good.
Call now to receive free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life Insurance Company. The Senior Care Plan guarantees your rates cannot increase. The benefit will never decrease. There is no medical exam, and you will have lifetime coverage. You can qualify for up to $30,000 of whole life protection and rates start as low as $5.90 a month. With the Senior Care Plan, your coverage can start immediately, unlike other policies that don't give you full coverage for 2 years. Call now for free information on the Senior Care Plan from Senior Life. By calling now, you lock in the lowest rate possible. You have no obligation. Call now. Onboard Wi-Fi that goes wherever you go. How it should be. The Hyundai Elantra. Now, for a limited time, get 2.99% APR on the Hyundai Elantra or Elantra Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Hold on, wait a minute. Why is my rocket turning?
What you watching?
Huh?
Hey, just tell me later. Hey, babe. No, it's not. That sounds familiar. Dignity, what?
Just going to get back to the individual's name. Go on this card. How many were there? Okay. Well, there were 3.
T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
When are you going to get married?
That's not what he said.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Together, nigga, I'm gonna run, I'm gonna move them motherfuckers. You feel me? Well, it's like it's your okay being said, okay, that's out, okay? You feel me? But it's like, LB, I know LB, she's a turtle. And that's frustrating. Especially when you're dealing with somebody. This is a business thing.
I think it's going to be fun. I mean, in time.
This is a business, man. So this is going to be a business. This is going to be a multi-million $1,000 business.
Okay, I heard you multi-million.
More than $1,000 a month. Once this shit starts showing up that press, nigga, that shit's going to be ruined. I got niggas on glad at the stores. You feel what I'm saying? Niggas is waiting. Nigga, I just seen my man. He like, man, you don't done yet. I'm waiting for you to bring me food. You feel me? I got niggas like I know people from Maurice. Like, I know people. Yeah, I keep trying to tell them, but you think I'm like, I'm not what you think I am, dog. You feel me? Somebody, nigga, like, you feel what I'm saying? I know motherfucker. All you gotta do is just like do what you gotta do. All you gotta do is
Yeah, no.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I just caught on fire.
When's Black History Month? Why the hell we got Black History Month?
Like Juneteenth is coming.
Marco, I'm Detective. This is Detective Sanchez. Yeah, why you're here. Yes, it's for us to what happened in my house. What can you tell me about that? Oh, no. One of those vehicles at the house that I'm in? No. What you doing about it?
Clearance. That's what you got possibly gonna have clearance paper. How did you know you got shot? We knew all over the internet. What's the last time you saw clearance? Well, like, my junior year, we took 5 years. So, guys go out here for fun. Why would anybody try to shoot up your house? That you know of? Or they talking about your car matches with 50 days. You was last night with your 2014 case with clean window. Next thing you know, now. Take your shots this one. I don't know why anybody would say that you were involved in your homicide. Nah, I know the truth. I should. I don't even know why they come up with whatever it is. He knows a lot more than what he's telling. There's not enough to get the warrant against him right now, but there's enough probable cause to taking him into custody. Once you have an established probable cause and you arrest someone, whether they talk or not talk, you have 48 hours to gather as much information as you can. And detectives can't time one from two to murder. I guess that's what we're now looking out of the process. Try to get a hold of the girlfriend, show her, pull her up, so she can pick out her phone, perfect.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Like that? Fire. Take up.
Turn that ear all the way up. Turn it all the way up. Nothing can stop it. It's all the way up. There's grease in there. Something gets makes it warm. Yeah, take it off. I had to come out here and save her.
Yeah, right.
Hey, Faye, I had to come out here and save her.
You did not.
The old stove was on.
Just one eye.
The oven and
It was not the oven and the stove.
yeah. What more is that?
It wasn't really that smart to put water. Huh? No, it wasn't that smart to put water on it.
I was on fire, bro. I had to come in here and save her. Look, she got a red fireman suit on and everything.
Marcus, you think that's funny?
Yeah.
Remember? That's your chubby wife.
Remember who?
Huh?
Remember who?
I said, remember, that's your chubby wife.
You light up there? All right.
Oh my Lord.
Huh? You? Huh? Yeah. Oh, she alright now, though. She looking up that motherfucker that made the spaghetti. That nigga said, I can't wait to get that made. Shit. Oh, let me get these phones and shit, right?
Don't listen to him working.
I came here to play Found More Material. Let me say you something.
I swear that was a show.
It was some of them coming. That's shaggy. That's our birthday party.
You can't touch us around, Kevin. Fine.
You ain't got the thing hold. The thing hold.
Shut up. Just let me see.
I need to watch the DMX. So what you feeling right now? You say how you helping yourself? That's an understatement. I would say keep it immaculate. All you want to have a day of sleep, right? All right. You can tell he's been thinking about it. He gave us the two other players that were there. Told us how the shooting went down. It's like a thing, and our kid is way up. All this stuff like this. The alleged shooter, Kevon Jones, has no prior convictions. He said Kevon was the trigger to the other robbery. Kevon's brother, Adria, is 19 and has no criminal history. You can't even explain the mentality that these young cats have nowadays, man. He said he was upset. He said the rest of them didn't give a they didn't care. And just roll on like business as usual, man. And just pop somebody that's disturbing. People get arrested for felony murder. They won't even get this returning tomorrow. And then the other side, what they're going to do. Hold on now. I've seen it happen time and time again. You just can't. Whose life was taken, but the suspects in this case, he is 18 years old, 19 years old. That's my fault. It's gone down.
There's somebody in every state that we got. That's what we know.
Tulsa detectives have a now, this one is called Freeman Waters. If 14 cancers, yeah, it's not. Then, we have some walking towards the vehicle. This is all hot spots. Approaching the victims were seen.
I'm concerned about this mental state. There's a gun that person's missing, so we probably have that.
Okay, that's back. You ready to get in the car?
Just found it on William Wilson address on eBay. This one was probably a big Then I was going something sporting. Found these in a stick of cherry red. Thank you. I'm obsessed. Then I saw
Right.
yeah, eBay. It's the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion.
Would you buy a life insurance policy if you know your rate increasing every 5 years? What if $9.95 less than $1,000 in protection? Sadly, many policies fail to mention this in their advertising. You could buy a policy that might not give you enough coverage. Call now to receive free information on the Senior Care Plan with the Senior Life Insurance Company. The Senior Care Plan guarantees your rates cannot increase. Benefit will never decrease. You could qualify for $30,000 whole life protection at rates start as low as $5.96. With the Senior Care Plan, your coverage can start immediately. Unlike other policies that don't give you full coverage.
Did you close off the doors?
Call now.
I got him, Devin.
My office is the lowest rate.
You got him. You said, I got him. I went and got the next pick.
Suspect got into the Mercedes. The orange guy started approaching and he shot himself in the head.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
At this point, I'm convinced we have our killer in Stephen.
Still not. And when we first got to the scene, I walked up to the Mercedes, and Endless Love by Lionel Richie. Diana Ross was playing on the radio. And he was listening to the old-fashioned love song. This is really not the outcome we wanted, but the case is I would much rather it be the suspect turning the violence on themselves than attacking another citizen, attacking a cop, something like that. Absolutely. They call Stephen getting into a mistake, then contacting the police, shot himself. There's some information about that.
Everybody gets grateful.
I was listening to the call. You haven't done anything wrong. You were trying to help him out.
Candy.
All right.
You know you like sugar.
She did not. You don't deserve what he's
Come here so I can put a hole in your bandana.
Run.
No, you're fine.
Let me see. You know what's going to be more myself because why you eat my sock? And you took advantage of someone that let someone. Why you eat my sock? You know what the person was. Get out from that birthday.
Hey, Loma. Loma.
Huh?
You need help?
I'm okay.
Liftoff will start in T-minus 10 seconds.
Are you
10,
sure?
9, 8, 7,
Yeah.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have ignition.
Mexico's the place to be, the environment, the aura, the vibes.
You've never seen before, period. First and last, or the moment in time.
Never just first and last.
I was actually invested in the most out of the $140 million contract.
You gonna say that? Nice. No, I'm not. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
store. I remember I paid. Oh, good. No, no. I'll put it on. The air key. Air key. Down here.
Are you looking for like? Yes, I'm preferably so. It will come out. This is this is your game. All the other guys don't even have a clue how to feel good. You know, who's wrong side? They call sharks. We're community is within a big community. Organized chaos is the easiest way to describe it, isn't it? What if I gave it out a few times before, and I'm not sure they don't want to have they do it for myself.
Actually, noticing
The uncanny is the better. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Personal growth, baby. That's something I do in shit. 50th century. The legendary loss of treasure. Third, and the town in the extreme of that is what they do. You know, the walk through from Saturn. But also what they do.
Let's go! Fucking the very last second. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Don't bring the elbow for me. Bro, come here.
like you're excited.
Good. Bring that phone with me later.
Early. Come here, Ron. Want it to smell better? He does so.
You'll never sleep. It's not a lie. And the lights off, it's crazy.
It goes to the shampoo. Because you got the
Yeah, waves and shit. Yeah, waves for days.
They're not supposed to. You got contact with it.
Yeah, waves.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah, little flip.
Satellites that head over space that photographed every inch of the surface. Every year, deep sea submarines It's really uncommon for someone to know how deep the Earth is. Very smart people often guess hundreds of miles, when in fact it's 4,000 miles to the center of the planet. LA to New York is just a fraction of that, with the 2,700 miles. The mass of the Earth is great. And when you think about the amount of rock that's piled on rock, that pressure is incredible and prevents us from going deeper. So, what's beneath our feet? We don't know. Mankind's relationship with the underground stems from our innate curiosity, and the ground beneath our feet is open season for that. Today, scientists and explorers are compelled to investigate the subterranean world in hopes of shedding new light in the darkness of its depths. But these efforts are just the latest chapter in humanity's long quest to learn more about all that we cannot see beneath us. In fact, the fascination with the secrets of the underground stretches back thousands of years.
Going back 3,500 years, we find drawings and paintings underground where it's completely dark. So we can see how our early ancestors connected mythology to the underground in terms of their relationship to the earth. These exploration laborious meant something in the spiritual level. They were pushing as far as they could go with the technology that they had.
The underground has always been important in human history, and it's tantalizing, but it's also kind of frightening. For instance, we can look to Hades in Greek mythology, this underworld, which is a metaphor for not being blessed by the light of Athens. Also, we can look to Dante going into the seven circles of hell and Inferno. All of these point to an underground space that you'll go into and never come from.
While often described as a piece of human darkness, doom, and the legends and folklore of cultures around the world, it is driven within the 18th century that the perception of an underground world became less mythological and more scientific.
This evolution in thinking is best illustrated in author Jules Verne's seminal novel, Journey to the Center of the Earth, which was published in 1864.
Jules Verne's Journey to the Center of the Earth is the story of a professor, his nephew, and their guide going into the center of the Earth through a volcanic crater in Iceland, making their way through these subterranean passages and finding prehistoric plant life and creatures, and maybe even a suggestion of some sort of human-like creature that they glimpse but don't interact with.
Relate.
Jules Verne was a well-read author. He was up on the science of the day. The really scientific effort describing an entire subterranean world. It's a fictional book, but it really resonated with people's imagination.
Journey to the Center of the Earth had a profound effect, not just on science fiction, but also on actual scientists who were inspired to explore deeper than ever before. By the 20th century, the modern drilling technology gave scientists a new truly dissatisfying curiosity about what lies underground.
It really just bought that.
When the Soviet Union
I did not know the body.
to reach as deep as possible into the Earth, the project,
This
which
thing
was
won't let me go
conducted
further,
in Peninsula in Russia, lasted for more than 20 years and resulted in what is referred to as the Koma Super Deep Borehole. The hole, which is 9 inches wide, reaches an astounding 7.6 miles into the Earth.
The Koma Super Deep Borehole is just a really narrow hole straight down into the earth. One of the reasons why they made the hole that shape is that the wider the space it is that you're drilling, the more resistance that you run into. One of the biggest obstacles to digging that hole was the temperature increases for about 60 degrees Fahrenheit for every kilometer that you go down. These teams found when they were drilling down that the rock started to behave like plastic, and that this solid rock was actually gumming up the works of their drills.
There's so much pressure there, there's so much heat there, and eventually they could drill a little deeper, and they had to abandon it. And since then, there's been no project that has gotten deeper. It's actually the deepest hole that has ever been drilled to this day by humans.
Why the Koma Super Deep Borehole was an inspiring feat of engineering. At 7.6 miles in depth, it only reaches less than 1% down to the center of the Earth. And in fact, many experts believe that instead of using drills to dig into the underground, they could extend distance machines in the Earth. And it called seismic waves. By studying seismic waves, scientists detected two giant structures deep inside of the Earth's mantle. These formations are so oddly shaped that they are commonly referred to as earth blobs. And according to experts, earth blobs pose a dire threat to the survival of humanity.
These blobs are massive, hundreds of miles tall, the size of continents, very irregular in shape. The temperature on the surface of this is the temperature of these things. There's the possibility that over time these blobs might rise and come to the surface, which result in crazy intense volcanic eruptions.
The gigantic energy rock underground from the core of the Earth itself. Beyond human comprehension. And so when it comes to what's beneath our feet, we have to watch out.
We've already managed.
This is why I shouldn't be right here. It's not the spot for me.
Such as a man-made cave system in China that was carved thousands of years ago by a mysterious, unknown civilization. Long ago, China, 1990. In a small village, a group of farmers began to trade in space. A new planting field. Out past the waters receded, there was a rapid swell. The villagers saw the water was slowly going down, and so they were very excited that this was some kind of archaeological discovery. And when they went inside,
You sort of just passed.
underground man-made cavern. Once the water
Oh, they are hugging the ball.
that had been carved underground centuries earlier. Further excavation revealed the existence of 24 massive caverns. Each cavern covers an area of approximately 11,000 square feet, or roughly the size of 2 mansions. Archaeologists have also noted that the walls and pillars that concealed the caverns were all especially common that have an unusually smooth and symmetrical dirt. The massive underground complex measures 380,000 square feet, which is the size of more than 5 football fields. These incredible man-made structures are collectively as the longest
Oh, like, oh my gosh, you didn't even need to use that.
because there's absolutely
You don't know your
that they were these carved, beautiful cracks to make the water. And so, when
Bro, like, you better pass me that.
everything was absolutely amazing, because
Why wouldn't you pass it to me? I'm right here.
the activity tried to reach anything up to 100 feet high. And then along corridors, there's some beautiful relief carvings on the walls, animals, dragons, and things like that that are of immense sophistication in their design and carved.
Give me that.
When you look at these carvings,
Of course he passes it to him.
there's very detailed shapings on the stones. Some people suggest that the caves are one of the wonders of the ancient world, but they weren't discovered until 1992. So this raises so many questions. What's the wonders of the world? And artifacts recovered in the chambers. Archaeologists estimate that the extraordinarily long caves are roughly 2,000 years old. While there are similar ancient underground structures in China, the size and sophistication of the Longdon caves is unique. But just who exactly carved these remains a mystery, because there is no mention of this stuff in the historical record.
Bro, you just sold. He actually just sold. Nah, I'm passing it to him.
This is very strange because China have always been very meticulous in the way that they record within the date. And yet, there's absolutely no mention whatsoever of these caves. The caves themselves are so massive, hugely taken. It's not something a bunch of local villagers might have done for a hobby. And to estimate that it would have taken 1,000 people working 24 hours a day.
Bro, selling. Selling.
Or looking here, or an infill valley or something, where the rest not, you don't know what it is. There recently has some suggestion that this appeared in which has begun. They were intended to be speeches. We do not know who built the caves, but we think it's the fact that
And at the time, China had different opinions all fighting each other. And the fact that they are not meant
Selling. Actually selling.
their use for some kind of strategic purpose. So we're not going to tell the enemy where our secret bunkers are. We're not going to tell them where our secret supplies are.
Could the Hooten Kings have been a submarine place to hide? Smell it? It's not in your head. Wow. It smells good.
Only the people from encroaching enemy forces. Or could this be the walkers that started the location? What's interesting about
Bro, what?
it seems that when they flooded, the water helped maintain the structural integrity. Somehow
Oh my gosh. Hacking.
route. Now that the caves have been drained, the Chinese have been obliged to add extra buttressing to hold them up. And so I think they were a storage facility. And I think certainly many of them were intended for water. The area was crouched.
Bro, how? Bro, this is so much glaze.
Secret base with enough water for them to live on for years. Because they were built to be a secret water facility. Or could they have had another purpose that is yet to be unearthed? For now,
On, bro. What? What?
caves have become an important source of pride for the people of Longview. Who regularly hold festivals in this dangerous place to commemorate their heritage.
The story of the Longview Caves is actually
Oh my gosh.
because it would seem that by looking beneath the earth itself, we're obviously going to discover many caverns.
Bro, you don't want to get that close up.
Or even
Oh my gosh.
human hands that have been completely lost. And that's very exciting.
Bro.
prospect.
Conducting ongoing excavations in an attempt to unravel the mystery who built the incredible Longview cave system. The best way to solve an underground mystery but rather by researching historical depth.
Oh my gosh.
In southern Literally, according to the Bible, may have been the hiding place of King Solomon's treasure. Here in West Virginia,
Alright, hey.
there's a place you can shake out and live. All you want is to waterfalls. Ride wild rivers and small towns full of fishing. Slow down. First, you need to and go on the step WD2.com. In the presence of Southern Israel, as a northern region.
Bro, this is so unfair.
Today, this area is known for
Oh, it's a 1v.
sandstone.
A 1v.
But one
It's 1v2. How am I supposed to win this? Like, I'm not winning this. 22 though.
Mining activity took place for a long time, and most of the mining operations took place underground. The deepest is about 150 feet.
Wait.
There were few in the ground. And going down that shaft, they would cut shafts into the side of the shaft, and they would tunnel along horizontally, where they would extract the copper and take it back up to the surface.
In recent years, the timber mines have attracted attention because there are those who believe that there is underground in one of these deep tunnels.
Why would you go to the... Why would you go to the person I'm guarding?
In the Old Testament of the Bible, King Solomon is described as a noble and wise ruler of Israel.
Oh my God. This is so unfair.
King Solomon is an intriguing figure because the Bible makes it fast amounts of
What is this doing? It's a 2v1.
ancient Israel,
Oh, like, I'm not winning a 2v1.
all the way to the river of Egypt. And so much more expansive territory. The Bible also describes Solomon controlling vast amounts of wealth. Solomon decides to build a temple in Jerusalem. The temple becomes the home of God. He was so committed to having the best temple of the region. The right to the finest materials to build this temple.
According to the Bible, Solomon's temple was built with best limestone and cedar wood. Inside, the walls overlaid pure gold. And Solomon adorned the temple with objects made of gold. This was also a precious metal at the time. King Solomon lived his life 40 years before dying in 931 BC. Upon his death, Solomon reportedly left behind an enormous amount of gold and others riches in his magnificent temple. In 586 BC, the Babylonians invaded Israel and sacked Solomon's temple. And the temple of Solomon was destroyed in 586 BC. All the temple treasures were lost to history. And ancient legend says that Solomon's treasures were taken out of Jerusalem and buried. There are those who believe that the treasures in Solomon is they still did it. Essentially, the legend of King Solomon's lost treasure has been a source of fascination and research. In 1885, the story was exposed to a wider audience when author H.R. Haggard wrote his treasure Solomon's Mine. It was speculated that Solomon's treasures were hidden deep in underground mine shaft. But if there is some truth to this legend, then where is For some, the most likely location is the Timber Mine.
The Timber Valley is located in more than 50 miles from Jerusalem. So we're talking about close proximity. At 10,000 mining shafts, maybe more. So it's easy for people to kind of say it must be a connection.
In the last several decades, numerous researchers have tried to prove that the Timber Mines are, in fact, the hiding place. Some of the first evidence in support of this theory was found by documentaries.
Huh?
Nelson,
made a huge slugger of the copper lines, melting worms, and also the cats and flies that were there. And under the ground was pottery dating from 16th BC. And this was the and so for Nelson Good,
It is.
felt that he could discover evidence of Solomon.
Then when
Nelson Wood's discoveries made sensational However, despite years of searching, Wood was unable to locate and somehow
White.
White associate the Denver
Wait a minute, nah. Pass me the ball. Bro, White.
That is referred to as slaves.
Slaves Hill is the largest copper smelting site in Canada. It's located on its on west
yeah.
No. Bro, what is my teammate doing? How am I throwing the ball if I'm not the closest one to it? You're not making it.
From about 1020 BCE all the way to 890 BCE. And so it's been in discussion if these were kings of when you take the totality
Oh,
the Bible, and what it says about King Solomon, you can present these copper mines in the deserts of Israel. Put all these elements together. The people say the truthfulness of the Bible. That it involves real people in real places in the
bro, I swear, bro, I'm actually about to crash out. Oh my god.
Subterranean mystery that has also persisted.
Pass me that.
Spaces located
If he does, but I know,
Planet Fitness, there's another crazy install. You're using it all.
Bro, bro, like, what? I'm on this side.
right. What was your
You consider a lot of vacations to a weekend.
Right. And you saw the
Look, yeah, that's what they get away.
New York City, July 1996. Seismologist Dr. Paul Richard and his student University make a remarkable
Oh, I'm getting so tired of this. Like, I'm getting so tired of this. What are you doing?
core of the Earth in relation to the surface of the Earth. And what they found was that it's going to be people have to believe that there is a disconnection between the two.
Brothers, big sisters. So you went to Kennywood with me recently, right?
Yeah.
And you, I heard you rode the roller coasters. Is that the first time you did that?
I rode like one before, but other than that, yes.
And were they, I'm going to guess they were terrifying before you got on, but then once you were on and rode, you wanted to ride them again and again.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite?
Not really.
Really? Okay. A lot of people have like one specific that they'll write over and over and over. I do love the traditional old roller coaster, Thunderbolt. Still my favorite. Hey, do you remember doing any other meetings with State in the past few months? About Speed or just going anywhere else?
No, not necessarily.
Do you think you did go out with another time, but you just can't remember what it is?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. School's out. That's great. Your mom said you might be doing some work for a family member or something. Tell me about that.
I'm just happy to make some money.
That's a good thing to say. That's a very mature thing to say. Are you going to be doing that demo work that you did before? Or?
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Any other plans for the summer?
Just to go to the pool, go to a water park.
Here's where you go to. Where you live, or a public pool, or what?
I don't know.
All right. Pool, water park, 7th grade next year. Oh, I heard you want to sign up for football, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be great. You can do that, I'm sure you can do it. And band, tell me what you want to be doing in band next year.
I'm not taking band next year.
Are you doing anything with music though?
Yeah. I'll be doing piano lab.
I love piano. What is piano? What's the difference between piano lessons and piano lab?
It's basically just piano lessons.
Okay. That's the basic stuff. Have you played piano before?
No.
If you are into music at all, that's like the solid foundation that you could take to anything else. Learning at least some piano and then taking up other music instruments as well. Just explore, experiment, stick with it, see what takes. That's good. All right. I will be in touch again in September, so we can talk about back to school and start at 7th grade, all that kind of thing. Do you have any questions?
No.
Very good. Is your mom still there?
Yes.
Okay, bring her back on. I just want to one more thing. Thank you.
Am I there?
With the earth itself. Is it possible that the North Pole? Almost a century after his alleged discovery, there's no way to know for sure. Modern science is trying to solve the centuries-old mystery by conducting seismic studies of the interior of the planet. One of the pieces of data that was really earth-shaking was when Washington University discovered large amounts of water underneath the crust of the ocean floor. It actually leave the rivers on the shore inside of the crust. That the place would really find. When I see reports like that, it leads me to believe at least that there's a possibility that we have a hollow earth. If we gather evidence to prove that our planet is actually hollow, it could change everything. Maybe the ancients were right all along. Does the earth really have enormous hollow expanses beneath its surface? It's a wild thought to consider, but one way or another, we may soon find out the answer. Because according to some, the future of humanity lies not on the surface of the planet, but rather deep underground. Australia. On the surface, this is remote, which is located in a harsh sandstone desert. Looks like a normal rural community. But of course, it's excluded because, as it turns out, most of the town is located underground.
Beneath the surface of Coober Pedy lies a subterranean world, complete with homes that are known as dugouts and other living facilities.
Coober Pedy is an incredible town in the Australian outback. You go down these ramps into an underground space, and then you start seeing restaurants, hotels, people's houses, churches underground. All of this stuff excavated from this soft but very firm rock.
What would possess people to live in such an unusual underground community? Well, the history of subterranean living in Coober Pedy dates back to 1915, when miners first discovered to dig for gold and precious opals. Originally, when first prospectors come here, they were looking for gold. Old prospectors, with picks and shovels, and they had to make do. They lived off the land, and finally they built tin sheds and shanties. But it was so bloody hot here, and it was so dry that the old miners, they couldn't sleep in tin sheds or tents. So what they did was they'd sleep down in the mine where it was nice and cool. They decided to go underground like rabbits, do dugouts, and live underground. They're the smart ones.
The name for Coober Pedy comes from Aboriginal people that lived there when the first explorers came out. Coober Pedy means white man in a hole. Because they saw these people digging into these things and disappearing into the earth, and of course were confounded. Like, why have you go in there? What are you doing?
The 70s and 80s was our heydays here. We were producing anywhere from $40 to $60 million worth of rough opal every year. And we had over 1,000 miners in Coober. So that's why we were known as the opal capital of the world. I'm in the business of selling opal. That's how I make my living, by cutting a lot of opal. Some of it competing to some of the shops. And the domestic market around Australia, I've got bills to pay, so I might as well sell it.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards because we printed them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years. We also print signs, stickers, shirts, and more. If you need it, we print it. Print it all for 20% off for new customers at Vistaprint.com.
It's more favorable to an alternative lifestyle community than it is for opal life. According to recent estimates, there are 1,000 individual dugouts carved into the rock at Coober Pedy, and approximately 2,500 people live and work here year-round.
Coober Pedy would be considered living off the grid in the sense that we're not in the cities or anything. Everything here, our water supply, our power, everything is generated here in Coober Pedy. It's just a nice, sustainable way of living.
But do residents of this unorthodox community enjoy their subterranean existence? Well, if you ask the people of Coober Pedy, they'll tell you they wouldn't want to live. Wake up, filthy.
We live underground specifically and mainly because of the climate out here. We have some pretty harsh extremes, particularly in the summer, and we've got these hotter days. But I wouldn't want to live above ground again, to be honest. Living underground is just a great way of living.
While the story of Coober Pedy and its residents is extraordinary, some people believe that underground living is not a matter of lifestyle preference, but rather survival. In recent years, an increasing number of so-called doomsday bunkers have been built, which are designed to live in. One of the most prominent of these subterranean shelters is Vivos Expo, which is located in South Dakota.
Vigo Sax Point is the largest survival community on Earth. It was originally a government facility that was in charge of munitions for World War II. We have 575 bunkers spread out across 7,000 acres, or about 9 square miles, which is about half the size of Manhattan, that are now being used for underground living and survival in case of the worst possible events we might encounter. People who live out there, they're regular people like you and I, and they come from all different walks of life. I think it always pays to be prepared to survive whatever may come.
If you think about bunkers that are being built around the world, all of these spaces are connected by a fundamental belief that the underground is a space of protection. So it completely makes sense because humanity has always sought the underground to hide us from a hostile environment.
In the future, will millions of people actually live a subterranean existence? May seem unlikely, but the truth is that humanity's fate may indeed rely on what's deep underground. For instance, there are places where people have drilled 2.5 miles beneath the surface of the earth in search of a rare and precious metal that is critical to our survival. Gold. Eswatini, Africa. In the space located between South Africa and Mozambique stands an ancient stepped mountain canyon known as Bamboo Ridge. The Bamboo Ridge is significant because, according to experts, it is the site of the oldest mine in history.
Radiocarbon dating shows evidence that this place was mined 40, 50,000 years ago. And 50,000 years later, the place is still producing iron today. So the history of the human species, from the Stone Age to the Digital Age, has this relationship to going after the metals that we need at that particular place.
It's astonishing to think that from humble beginnings in the first mine at Bamboo Ridge, there are now more than 6,000 active mines located all over the world. Some of today's mines extend incredibly deep into the earth, such as the Methylene Gold Mines in South Africa, which reaches an astonishing 2.5 miles underground. Every year, 2,200 tons of iron, gold, silver, platinum, and other precious metals are extracted from our planet. Today, we rely on mining to do more than our ancestors, because one, rare earth elements.
The term rare earths refers to 17 chemically similar elements that have fantastic magnetic and conductive properties. They are called things like europium, platinum, iridium, cerium, and they are absolutely essential for life as we know it today. We need these elements for medical technologies, communications, computer hardware. But eventually, rare earth elements are going to figure out something. And the real question is, how do we get the earth to get the elements that we need? I think the simple answer to that is we will go as far as technologies allow us to go.
Let's supply the rare metals eventually run out. There's no way to find out digging into our planet. So with both essential resources and also answers to the many mysteries that lie beneath our feet.
As humans, we share this curiosity, this desire to understand what's beneath our feet. And we want to explore. We want to follow the breadcrumbs of this mystery of what is down there.
Geophysical research is revealing cave systems, caverns, and obviously old cities that were never known about in the past. And we are going to discover incredible things beneath the earth in the future. that we cannot even have imagined existing before.
To descend into the unknown. And just like our ancestors before us, we'll keep digging in search of all the subterranean secrets held by our planet that for now remain unexplained. Hey, what's this confidence?
New groomer? Get a little work done.
Your pet treats people.
Hair credit isn't just for pet care. Humans can use it for self-care too.
What's wrong?
Flexible financing for health and wellness with hair credit.
Secret military programs. Warping space and time. A mysterious device with the power to peer into history and places on our planet where past, present, and future exist all together. Without you, the idea that man might one day travel through time. So the scientists firmly believe that this experiment is true. Theoretically,
all you had to do was
travel is not just a theory, but has already happened. Is it really too far-fetched to think that certain people have managed to journey through the fabric of time, whether by design or perhaps by accident? Well, that is what we'll try and find out. Steady, wondering as we wait for from birth to death. But would it be possible to get through time?
The great mystery of time is that time and space exist independently of us, but we view it in social and cultural terms. For example, we divide one day up into work time and leisure time. And we have transportation systems which have embedded timetables and time zones in our head. Has always been possible because the idea of escaping time, being able to get outside of time, is hugely attractive.
The tantalizing prospect of traveling through time has long captured the public's imagination. It has been subject of pop culture and entertainment. Our modern fascination with time travel refers back to the work of author H.G. Wells and his groundbreaking novel, The Time Machine.
In 1895, the book The Time Machine by H.G. Wells was published, and the impact that this had on Victorian society was incredibly deep, because it gave this scientific world the idea that we could indeed travel through time. What makes H.G. Wells' story unique is that you had a method that's a machine that you actually constructed that it could control time. That was different from all the other stories.
10 years after the publication of The Time Machine, in 1905, physicist Albert Einstein shocked the world when he published a revolutionary theory which suggested that time travel is scientifically possible. When Einstein said his thing, we all think of ourselves moving along a straight line.
However, Einstein's special theory can allow the straight line of time to become twisted into a loop if particles bend.
Alright, this is kind of unfair for me.
Codes and laws of physics only allow us to travel to any point of the past or future. And if so, is it possible that a real-life time machine may have already been invented? October 1943. At the height of World War II, the Atlantic Ocean was a dead where German submarines
あなた方はみんな私の右の下に。
Secret military projects which took place in 1943 in a Philadelphia shipyard. At that time, the Navy was really interested in camouflaging its ships. The original idea that the Navy had was to actually make the ship greater invisible. The Philadelphia experiment involved a U.S. Navy destroyer that underwent the most strenuous of experiments, with the concept being that if the ship were surrounded by incredibly intense electromagnetic fields, could it distort our vision of it enough that it became invisible?
As the story goes, on October 20th, 1923, the bulletproof ship named the USS Eldridge in a cage of electrified copper wire and began the experiment. But then, everything went terribly wrong.
Supposedly, after the switch was thrown, all of this was completely fog. Everyone was running around the deck, screaming in panic mode. No one knew what was happening. At that point, the USS Eldridge vanished into the mist, only to reappear in the Norfolk, Virginia shipyard, disappear again, then, about 3 hours later, reappear in Philadelphia. It was witnessed by Merchant Mariner called an Elliot, who claims that he saw a mist in the mist for returning to the same spot. Then in Virginia, some people witnessed it disappear there and vanish there as well. So what is going on?
Even more astonishing is that this venture is that when it returned to Philadelphia, the crew units returned to
when the ship was boarded, it was found that the sailors were in portals. Many were dead, and others were found to be embedded in the bulkhead of the ship, still alive. Some of the crew seemed to be almost frozen in time, or stuck within parts of the ship and unable to actually get out. Which seems to suggest involved with the Philadelphia experiment that it had actually warped space-time itself.
Because these reports have served years after the catastrophic experiment. The USS Eldridge was not only the
You're late.
Allegedly, the ship was actually catapulted through time and space, a completely unexpected result. Appearing to various locations like Chicago, which is around, and Lake Mead in 1983, only to disappear and continue across the time stream until the Eldridge just randomly slipped across time in a form of time travel. The experiment actually came from some of the families of the sailors who had volunteered to be part of the initial experiment. What had happened was that afterwards, these sailors had been declared dead, missing in action. So it was a disaster all the way around.
Did the U.S. Navy conducted experiments resulted in time travel? something that implies in a number of letters written by the key eyewitness of the event, trusted man of Carl Ed Allen.
This is a series of letters to a author by the name of Morris Jessup. Allen wrote to Jessup talking about the Philadelphia experiment, and Jessup included a series of letters in a book called Case for the UFO. Afterwards, Jessup was contacted by the Navy, the Office of Naval Research, because somebody had sent them a copy of Jessup's book, and the Navy decided to cover it up completely with all books, that nothing had ever happened. Jessup felt that this would complicate that the Philadelphia experiment had actually happened.
Now, of course, we certainly have no absolute knowledge about what the United States was related to time travel, but the possibility should not be seen as science fiction.
If the USS Eldridge really did travel through time in 1943, then the U.S. military clearly wants to keep it a closely guarded secret. And some claim that the government further experimented with time travel during the 1960s as part of a top-secret project that sent people back in time. Chicago, Illinois, 1893. 27 million people from around the globe went to the city were in fact an exposition focused on a number of remarkable innovations. And the photographs are illuminated with 100,000 light bulbs. The sea of glowing lights transforms night into day.
Okay, so now what happened?
This dazzling spectacle is accomplished by a new form of electricity called optical current.
Oh my god.
Which was one of the many important inventions developed by a famed Serbian scientist.
Oh my gosh, no way.
This period around the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century,
Bro,
was the very
ain't no way.
Tatler's career. She became Tether walked around and was feeling the future.
Oh my god.
Was directed towards its overriding goal, the spectacular new inventions for electrical transmission.
Green.
Scientific genius who changed these concepts. But there are those who believe that Tesla could possibly be with an even more extraordinary invention. A time machine.
In 1943, Nikola Tesla died and left all his notes at the New Yorker Hotel. When he died, the FBI raided Tesla's rooms, took the notes, and in the notes, those of speculative diagrams.
Allegedly, Tesla accessed time travel technology from a number of papers from Tesla's apartment, which gave details on how to create a teleportation device. With teleportation, you could also have time travel.
Did the U.S. government really seize plans for a teleportation device designed by Nikola Tesla? It's a good idea that the youth system demonstrates the brilliance of working machines. Young Andrew Bishop is taken by his father to visit a neighbor. Nicholas Andrew knows that this factory conceals something truly extraordinary. I was 6 years old in winter of 1968.
Your name is not Maddie.
Took me to Building 68.
All in it.
Sprang from Woodruff, New Jersey. And there on the floor,
You ain't good, me.
Building 68 was a Tesla teleporter. It was basically a large device.
Oh my god.
It had 2 booms that were roughly about 8 feet high and 10 feet across on the floor. They looked as much like elephant tusk.
from that was a form of energy that was sort of cascading between the booms or armatures of the device. Jumping through that new caused a holographic light tunnel of light to open time space. They were testing the effect of Tesla teleportation. After witnessing the Tesla teleport event, Andrew Bouchard reported he was recruited by members of a shadowy military organization.
Oh my gosh, please, bro, please, give me that. Give me that.
Project Pegasus was a classified and research and development program of DARPA. They were essentially training and testing American school children in 8 modalities of time travel. There were 140 American school children who were in the program. We were also training first generation of products or time travelers. According to Andrew Bouchard, the Tesla teleport was used to send crew back to
what are you doing?
historical events. Chronotype actually was a time travel agent in the sense that I wasn't just involved in I had missions when I went there. I was sent to Ford's Theater to see, for example, who shot Lincoln. And I was also sent to meet General George Washington with the mission to urge him to immediately it was always sort of a very expert educational session, sort of acclimates, so we understand what was going to happen next. But I certainly find Andrew Bouchard was very hard to read. During the Cold War, the United States government was on experiment. These programs involved everything from mind control to remote movement. What was a widespread suspicion about the military industrial complex. The idea that the military are conducting experiments with that. And it's a widely held view that governments around the world, particularly the United States, have been researching kindness for a long time. Andrew Bouchard insists that this step is accepted by more of the group every year. He believed that he was bringing together would show that he traveled back in time to observe President Abraham Lincoln deliver the Gettysburg Address. I traveled to Gettysburg on the day Lincoln gave his famous Gettysburg Address. There was November 19th of 1863. My objective was essentially watching President Lincoln give the address, but I was getting so much attention by people right up against the dais. Some ladies from Gettysburg, several Union officers protecting Mr. Lincoln, that I literally intentionally walked away from the dais, and there I was photographed, standing with Lincoln at Gettysburg. Lincoln can be seen a tiny small image of him, a few pixels, over my right shoulder. Now, it's called the Josephine Cobb image because that's the photo analyst at the Library of Congress, Josephine Cobb, who took a magnifying glass and found Lincoln in the photograph. But the paradox of time travel is such that that photo was discovered 10 years before I was born in 1961. So when I left to go to the Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln, that photo of me in Gettysburg in 1863 already existed. So that's a proof of Pegasus, and there have been many. Time travel technology, the best I know, because of my experiences, is presently controlled by the United States government. It's not a tall story or some kind of urban legend. It's part of American history that's been forgotten. So what do you think? There's a boy in the background. And if time travel technology really exists, then how has the government kept it hidden for so long? Perhaps two can be done by examining another secret time machine, one that is said to be locked away deep within the Vatican archives.
I don't really like to make things. I'm scared. But when Verizon announced that I could lock in a low price for 3 years, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Personal phone, baby.
city. Beneath the heart of the Catholic Church lies one of the most secure vaults in the world. The archival apostolic Vatican, or as it's more commonly known, the Vatican Secret Archives.
Underneath the Vatican is a fortress that's climate controlled with state-of-the-art security and technology. In those archives are over 50 miles of shelves. Within those archives are books, documents, and artifacts, but also rumored to be down there are the most mysterious relics in history. The Ark of the Covenant is alleged to be down there. The original menorah could be down in the archives. The Spear of Destiny is rumored to be down there. And these are just parts of the legend that have kind of accumulated over the years.
Whether or not the Vatican Secret Archives really contains lost treasures like the Ark of the Covenant or the Spear of Destiny is a matter of debate. But there is another item, supposedly hidden within the archives, that some researchers believe is just as extraordinary. It's a time machine developed in the 1950s, known as the Chronovisor.
The Chronovisor is described as a machine. You've got chrono, which means time, and you've got visor, which means vision. So this is a device that allows you to see through time.
The scientific principle behind chronovisor is that this is a device that you can actually see, sort of like with a hologram or television screen, past or even future events. So rather than risking a person's life and sending them into the past or future, you can turn this device on and see what can actually happen.
Could there really be a time machine hidden within the Vatican Secret Archives? The story was exposed on May 2nd, 1972, in an Italian newspaper called La Domenica del Corriere. Journalist Vincenzo Maddaloni wrote about both the existence and the grand architect of this astonishing machine.
The original idea for the chronovisor came from a Benedictine monk by the name of Pellegrino Ernesto. This was a gentleman who was he was also a physicist.
Vernetti developed the chronovisor to sort of on accident. According to Father Vernetti, he'd been working for the president of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, Father Agostino Gemelli. They were working on a project to go through, restore old audio recordings, mostly Gregorian chants. So one day he's going through the recordings of the chants, and Father Gemelli swears he could hear a voice. So they consider the voice. And Father Gemelli could swear that it's his father's voice, but his father had been dead at the time of this recording. But Father Gemelli thinks it's a miracle. The voice on the chant. From beyond, it's a gift from God. Father Renetti's more scientific, he's more grounded. He wants to see if maybe there's a way to extract old information out of electromagnetic recordings. Father Renetti gets 12 physicists and scientists together to help him work on this project to see if they can replicate this phenomenon. And they built the device.
Rumors about the Vatican secret television technology were spread from Italian newspapers for decades. But then through the news reports, the story was exposed to the wild in an explosive book titled Father Renetti's Chronovisor. The book included first-hand accounts from Father Renetti in which he revealed how the device worked.
Father Renetti said that the chronovisor consists of metal of different alloys, some rare metals, some expensive, some exotic, and these metals are designed to tune into different frequencies that pick up this residual electromagnetic energy that sense conversations and can see images anywhere in time.
The theory was that energy never completely disappears. That in the past, the frequencies are still floating around out there somewhere. And with the proper tuning, you can actually pull in the sights and sounds of past events.
At the birth of the colonizer, Father Ernetti claimed he first tested its abilities by watching speeches delivered by Italian dictator Benito Mussolini just a decade earlier in the 1940s. When that test was successful, Ernetti reportedly scanned back to 1797 to watch Napoleon conquer Italy during the French Revolution. And despite intense scrutiny, Father Ernetti never changed his story.
Father Ernetti passed away in 1994, and to his dying day, he said the chronovisor exists. Over the years, the Vatican has been questioned about the chronovisor, and their standard answer is it's fantasy. It doesn't exist. But in 1988, allegedly there was a decree given by the church, which was very, very strange, and said something to the effect of anyone using technology to listen to or peer through time would be excommunicated.
Why would the Vatican make this declaration if the chronovisor doesn't exist? And if the Vatican possesses such an incredible piece of technology, then why are they hiding it in the secret archives?
If you can turn on your device and look at any place, any time in the past, history would unfold for us. All mysteries will be revealed. However, stuck in device must illuminate all secrets. Would our society be mature enough to accept the loss of our secrets? I don't think so.
If the claims about the chronovisor are true, then maybe it's best to keep it locked away. Not through constant numerous time machines. Circulating, perhaps the more important question is, the answer may lie in the story of a renowned Italian physicist who made a major discovery for the instead then mysteriously vanished without a trace. Geneva, Switzerland, September 2011. Scientists at the CERN Large Hadron Collider announced a remarkable discovery. After firing subatomic particles for the 17-mile length of the collider, they observed that certain particles move faster than had ever been measured before.
At the microscopic level, neutrinos, very exotic particles, were clocked traveling faster than the speed of light. Now, if you can go faster than the speed of light, time travel may be possible, but is it possible in principle to have these things happen for large objects like us? And the answer is theoretically yes.
Could studying high-speed neutrinos be the key to understanding how humans can move faster than the speed of light, and potentially even travel through time? Well, some say that the answer may lie with the peculiar disappearance of a scientist in the 1930s named Ettore Majorana.
Who came up with this theory of neutrinos that are being studied? It was Ettore Majorana. In 1937, his genius, he wrote the first paper on neutrinos, which we're now studying decades later. So because of Majorana, we have a much richer understanding of subatomic particles.
Ettore Majorana was living and working in Italy under the dictatorship of Benito Mussolini in the lead-up to the Second World War. His work on neutrinos was completely groundbreaking, and then he just vanishes.
The fate of Ettore Majorana is a complete mystery to this day. He was on the island of Sicily, and this was in 1938. He had a ticket for a boat trip to Naples, which it would seem as if he actually got on this boat, and then it disappears completely.
Many believe that suicide was the rational explanation, but there was no proof. It seems inexplicable that a man like Majorana, very much at the top of his game, recognised as one of the world's top physicists, why would he suddenly choose to end their life? Others believe that he went to a monastery, that he secluded himself away, because he'd also withdrawn his money from the bank. But more intriguingly is the notion that some people believe that the discovery of the treatment by Majorana also permitted him to entertain the notion of time travel.
Is it possible that the Torah Mayara didn't merely disappear, but actually used his knowledge of the dream? I have nothing left behind of it. That really operation.
Before his disappearance, Majorana wrote a series of letters, and there's one particularly intriguing letter where he says that he will keep a fond memory of his colleagues until 11 p.m. tonight, and possibly later. And the tone, and more importantly, the pace in which he was writing those letters seemed to be very vague in terms of time.
While skeptics have questioned whether Ettore Majorana's disappearance involved time travel, in the 1950s, surprising evidence emerged which suggests that it could be true.
In 1955, somebody meets a man on a series in Argentina that claims to be Ettore. So, with this, what are we to conclude?
After Majorana's disappearance, there were frequent Majorana sightings. People came forward to say, oh, I think I saw somebody who looks a little bit like him. And then a photo surfaced from 1955, beginning in Valencia, Venezuela. In this photo, there is a man who is most likely Majorana.
Further analysis of the photograph revealed his own twist. Majorana was 32 years old when he disappeared. In 1955, he was in Florida, but the man in the photograph looks closer to 70. So, where? And where was Majorana all that time?
Now, if that photo was of Majorana, it suggests not only that he survived the ferry trip between Naples and Palermo, but that he engaged in some kind of travel across space, but also possibly travel through time.
Did the man who unlocked the secrets of the atom also discover the key to time travel? It's unclear, but some researchers believe that you don't need to be a brilliant scientist to travel through time and stay there. That there are certain locations on our planet in which strange energy can transform an ordinary person into a time traveler by sheer accident. Liverpool, England. This historic port city is generally known as the hometown of the Beatles. For over the years, it has gained an extreme reputation. It is said that in Liverpool, time moves in mysterious ways. And it's become ground zero for a phenomenon known as time slips, which are a kind of accidental time travel.
In Liverpool, there's a shopping street called Bowl Street, which has become infamous for time slips. One of these time slips involved a police officer called Frank, who was out shopping with his wife Carol in July 1996. Carol went to the Dillon's bookstore and he went to a shop to buy a CD, a compact disc, 1990s technology. Now, he then returned to meet up with his wife, but the bookstore where his wife was, Dillon's, had now become Cripps and was selling women's clothing and handbags. Now, this confused Frank, who then looked around and found that everybody around him was dressed inexplicably in 1940s, 1950s fashion, and he became rapidly aware that he was no longer in the 1990s,
he was somewhere very, very different. And everything then just changes back to how it should be. The bookshop is there, which he knows to be Dylan, but he remembered the name of that shop was Cripps. There was indeed a shop in the 1950s at that location by the name Cripps. Is it possible that there are places in this world where space-time works differently to anywhere else?
Okay, you're craving something sweet, like snacks that leave twin cakes in your eye. So don't wait any longer and grab up before everything really snowballs. It's the quick speaking snacking. Okay. How to Train Your Dragon delivers on every level. Listen, stay. It's the cinematic ride of the summer. It's a classic. That's fine. What's your point? How to Train Your Dragon rated PG.
While Liverpool has become known for time slips, this unique phenomenon has been experienced and reported all over the world.
Recently, time slips have been entering the news. The fact that here you are at one point in space, and then suddenly time has a mistake in it, which allows you to slip right through a crack in the fabric of space and time.
There's a big difference between a time slip and the use of a time machine. In a time machine, you have control over your comings and goings along the timeline. With a time slip, one ends up in the future or possibly the past without any idea of how you got there or any control of being there.
Curiously, time slips have also been reported on the site of historic battlegrounds.
Another very interesting account of a time slip occurs in 1932 when two journalists went to the Hamburg shipyard to cover a story. A gentleman by the name of J. Bernard Hudson and another gentleman by the name of Brett. Nothing out of the ordinary took place until suddenly they found themselves in the midst of bombs being dropped all around them. They could see actually bombs falling out of the sky. And obviously this was something that terrified them and they got out of there quickly.
When they looked back from Hamburg to the shipyards, they appeared to be intact and unharmed. And when Brandt's photographs were developed, again, there was no damage to the shipyards. Fast forward to 1943, and Hutton was living in Britain during the Second World War. He read a report of an RAF raid on that shipyard, a bombing raid by the Royal Air Force. And the description in the newspaper matched exactly what he'd seen on that day in 1932. And chilled him to the bone.
If there is some truth to these time slip reports, then what could be causing it? Well, according to physicists, the answer could be that we're living in what's referred to as the multiverse.
The idea of the multiverse comes from the quantum theory. You know, when we were children, we were told that you cannot be two places at the same time. That's common sense, right? Well, you might see. In the quantum theory, electrons can in fact be two places at the same time. Therefore, we have a scenario where the past, the present, the future are all mixed up into one. So, in principle, the theory allows you to simultaneously exist for somebody from the past. All the time, people coming forward claiming these time slips, whether they be in the past or in the future. And I think what we can say is that there are so many of these stories that there might be some kind of truth to them.
But if one people that transported to another time, then where is the proof? Canada, 2010. The Regional Museum of Canada releases a collection of historic images on its website. One particular photo, taken in 1941, sparks intense curiosity because it appears to show a man from the future.
In this image from 1941, here we have a group of people at the opening of the South Wharf Bridge in British Columbia that year, and this young man just shouldn't be there. And they all look like typical 1940s people, except for this chap here with the dark shades. He looks like kind of hipster from art time. He's got his great cool sunglasses, he's got what seems to be a modern t-shirt on, and this little box camera. There is no reason for him to be standing there in 1941.
The bizarre photo quickly went viral, and many wondered whether the strangely dressed man could possibly be a time traveler. But according to some researchers, the best evidence of modern people traveling back in time is not a picture, but rather a mysterious artifact. An archaeological report in 2008 regarding a very, very strange discovery in the Ming Dynasty tomb in Shaanxi, China. Now, this tomb is at least 400 years old and was fully sealed, hermetically sealed, so no one had been there for 400 years. But when they cracked open this bit of rock that was this ring came out a few centimeters wide, and on it looked exactly like a watch. It even had the hands of the watch and 12 hours around the edge, which caused a sensation because this couldn't have existed. There was no watches at this time. So how could this be? How could this enormous ring end up in a Ming Dynasty tomb? While skeptics dismiss the unusual artifact as hoax, others are thrilled by the idea that time travelers may be leaving tangible evidence of their journeys to the past. And yet, experts warn that even though time travel is a fun, fascinating concept, it's also cause for grave concern. We have to realize that if we travel back into the past, the worst case scenario is that our governments could use it to attack their enemy by going to the past. Imagine, for example, going back to the Revolutionary War and making sure that you eliminated George Washington. These are problems that could happen. This sort of technology would be a very powerful thing to happen.
For over 20 years, we have been debating whether or not time travel, especially to the past, is beneficial or dangerous. But of course, the dilemma for us is there's a conundrum here. Because if there are people time traveling and altering the past, they will know what they've done. But we won't know because we're living here and we haven't travelled back. We're prisoners of time. And of course, that's very unnerving.
The stories of supposed real-life time counterparts have lasted, provocative, and in some cases, dangerous. They all teeter on the edge of science fiction and science fact. Will we one day uncover indisputable evidence which proves that these incredible tales are actually true? Stevenson's only talk will tell, but until then, these mysteries will remain unexplained. Massive structures that are visible from space. A vast kingdom built in the clouds. And sprawling stone cities precisely aligned with the stars. Scattered across the globe lie mysterious ruins that are buried in sand-swept deserts, perched on towering mountains, shrouded
under the cover of death's strongholds. These ancient structures stand as ghostly landmarks from the past, their true history seemingly erased by the relentless march of time. Can modern archaeology unravel the enigma of how and why these wonders were built? Well, that is what we'll try and find out. Cape Kennedy, New York, June 3rd, 1965. Titan II rockets lift the Gemini 4 spacecraft into orbit. Astronauts James McDivitt and Edward White circle the Earth 62 times in 4 days, famously achieving the first ever spacewalk by an American. As part of their mission, the astronauts take hundreds of photos that offer an unprecedented view of our planet. But one particular picture attracts attention because it shows a structure that looks like a massive eye sitting in the middle of the Sahara Desert.
The astronauts spotted something that looked like an enormous 30-mile-wide circular shape, which had a center surrounded by concentric rings of stone and sand. And it looked just like a giant eye from all the way up in space. Hence, it came to be known as the Eye of the Sahara.
More than 50 years after the Eye of the Sahara was revealed to the world, it remains a fascinating enigma and a striking sight to behold. Locals call it the Kalb al-Rishon, or the Rishon structure. This unique formation has raised more questions than answers.
The Rishon structure is located on the coast of northwest Africa in the middle of the Sahara Desert. This formation is considered to be a geological feature that is in nature, but there is still scientific mystery to it. For example, what's so wild about this site is its spectacular fashion of concentric circles, which are total anomalies. The Rishon structure is truly one of a kind, and we don't see anything like it anywhere else on Earth.
It's believed that this location could have once been the site of a fabled island kingdom that has never been found. The legendary lost city of Atlantis.
The story of Atlantis comes down to us from the Greek philosopher Plato. Plato describes Atlantis as a huge island, and he says that on this island was this incredibly advanced civilization. Atlantis had been founded by the gods themselves, by Atlas, and before that Poseidon, and it was ruled over by the descendants of these gods.
Atlantis is a compelling mystery to us because it's been a part of our Western society for a long, long time. And yet, we've never found it. Now, recently it's been suggested that the Rishon structure, also known as the Eye of the Sahara, might be a contender for this. Not many people normally locate Atlantis in the Sahara. But that's not as far-fetched as it might sound. When you think of Sahara, you think this vast sand. It needs to be a very lush green environment.
With recent scientific studies, we now know that the Sahara Desert was a tropical paradise up until 5,000 years ago. It had some of the largest network of rivers ever known to exist. It had the largest freshwater lake ever known to exist, which is Mega Lake Chad. There is evidence of sea life. Mollusks have been found in and around the Rishon structure. There are massive salt deposits, which is evidence that the ocean had once settled and later evaporated there. So, the Sahara Desert as we see it today, and the area around the Rishon structure, is simply not what it was in prehistoric times.
Even if the area of the Sahara was surrounded by water in the ancient past, there are numerous locations that have been proposed as the site of Atlantis. So what makes this place such a compelling paradise? They believe that clues can be found in Plato's writings
about Atlantis.
According to Plato, Atlantis was technologically advanced, it was well fortified, and it was a series of concentric rings, sort of a super island, a super state.
Atlantis was said to be made up of concentric circles, which matches what you see at the Eye of the Sahara precisely. This truly unique resemblance of concentric circles is a massive similarity that can't be ignored.
In addition to concentric rings, researchers have found many more striking similarities between the Eye of the Sahara and Plato's description of Atlantis.
Atlantis was said to have an opening to the Sea of the South, which is also what you see at the Richat structure. Anyone that looks at it from satellite imagery can see clear evidence that there is an opening at the south. And not only that, evidence of a drainage that water had flowed right through it. But the similarities don't end there. Atlantis was said to be made up of red, black, and white color stone, which is another precise similarity you see at the Richat structure. Atlantis was said to have mountains to the north, and it just so happens that there is a massive mountain chain to the north of the Richat structure called the Atlas Mountains, which just so happens to share the same exact name of the very first king of Atlantis, Atlas.
The sheer number of similarities between Plato's description and the others is compelling. But some believe that even more evidence lies not just in the text, but also in a curious map from ancient Rome.
This map was created by the Romans' very first geographer, whose name was Pomponius Mea. And what's so interesting is that on Pomponius Mea's map in northwest Africa, it annotates Atlantis precisely in the same location you would find the Richat structure. And so, the more we research, the more information that comes to light to suggest that the Eye of the Sahara is indeed the long-lost location for Atlantis.
But even if the Eye of the Sahara is really the site of Atlantis, then it begs the question, what happened to the ruins of the city? Because no remnants of ancient buildings have ever been found at this location. Some answer lie in Plato's account of the fall of Atlantis.
Plato describes this amazing, sophisticated city, and yet the more they acquired, they were not satisfied. They kept reaching, until, according to Plato, they incurred the wrath of the gods.
The god Zeus decided that he would destroy Atlantis in one night and a day through earthquakes and floods. And Atlantis then sank beneath the waves somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean.
What's interesting is that the Eye of the Sahara is approximately 250 miles inland off the Atlantic coast. And what's so fascinating is that when you look at it from space, you can see clear evidence of tropic water erosion. These massive striations that anyone can see. This shows that a force of water that goes far beyond anything we ever thought was possible bulldozed right over the Eye of the Sahara, going from east to west. To the Atlantic Ocean, which matches that Atlantis was said to have been destroyed in a cataclysmic water event. So, if the ruins of Atlantis were to be found, it's going to be off the Atlantic coast.
If Atlantis was a real thing, if we perhaps discover it someday, which we may, of course, we could learn a lot from that. It would change our knowledge about the past. The story of Atlantis, this Sahara civilization, could be almost an origin story for human civilization, certainly in that part of the world.
The striking aerial view of the Eye of the Sahara continues to evoke Plato's description of the fabled city and inspires further investigation. But in southern Peru, there's another mysterious structure that can only be properly appreciated from the sky, because it was built nearly 8,000 feet above sea level. There is Peru. Perched precarious on the mountaintop, nearly 8,000 feet above sea level, lies an ancient city that looks like it's floating in the clouds. Built around 1450 AD, this curious engineering marvel stands as the crowning achievement of the Inca Empire and is known as Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu is a technological marvel. For one thing, it's a fairly good-sized city, and it was built at an incredibly high elevation. And it's sculpted into the mountains. It takes a bit of time to even get up there.
You moment you walk in and you think to yourself, how did anyone build this on top of sheer cliffs? It's a perilous journey. The mountainside is straight up and down. And so after climbing up to this huge height, you see that the buildings themselves seem to blend into the landscape.
As an archaeologist who has worked on sites around the world and seen incredible engineering achievements, Machu Picchu kind of blows it all away. We're talking massive, multi-ton stones, shaped and moved into place, and they fit together perfectly. And this mountain site somehow was transformed into an enduring city and survived 500 years later in absolutely perfect condition.
Perhaps the greatest mystery of Machu Picchu is why the ancient Incas chose to build a strong city in such an inaccessible mountain location.
The Incas had an incredibly sophisticated culture. You know that in the Inca Empire, when a building was built, it had to be made strong in the spiritual world as well as in the physical world. As you walk through, you can see how the Inca artists echoed the shapes of all the mountains in the construction of Machu Picchu in honor of the mountain gods around it. On the other hand, just saying that only tells us a little bit. There is still a huge amount of mystery about what Machu Picchu is for.
Some think that Machu Picchu's true purpose may be connected to the great ruler who ordered its construction, Emperor Pachacuti.
Machu Picchu was built by the Emperor Pachacuti, who's known as really the founder of the imperial Inca state. One thing to remember is that in the Inca Empire, the emperors were considered divine. They were considered like gods. And when an emperor died, his body was mummified, and it was treated as if he was still alive, so that their worship could continue. And so after Pachacuti's death, his family would still go and use Machu Picchu, and we believe that when they did so, they brought the mummified body of the emperor with them.
Did Emperor Pachacuti build Machu Picchu to be a sacred site in the mountains where his mummy could rest for all eternity? It seems at least theory, but there's just one problem. Pachacuti's remains have never been found. However, in recent years, some have suggested that the emperor's mummy may be hidden in a secret chamber at Machu Picchu.
In 2010, a French engineer by the name of David Crespi was doing some measuring work within the city of Machu Picchu, and he noticed what was quite clearly a door blocked up by stones, and it clearly was blocking the entrance into some kind of chamber. He reported it immediately to the authorities, and people have suggested that this might well be the entrance to some kind of tomb. We could be looking at a royal burial. So, is it the tomb of Pachacuti? Now, they did more tests, more scans, and they found what appeared to be gold-lined steps going down into this area. They wanted to push forward and excavate this because this would have been, without doubt, the most important discovery ever found at Machu Picchu. But then, apparently, the Peruvian government kind of put a block on it and stopped the progression of this because they were concerned if it was dug into, it may collapse.
Are Pachacuti's mummified remains, and with them the secrets of Machu Picchu, concealed in this chamber? For now, the answers may lie sealed behind the stone wall. But perhaps there's another way to solve the mysteries of Machu Picchu. Although the Inca did not leave behind any written records, they did record information in strange threads that are known as quipus.
Quipus are twisted cords that redefine what writing is, because some of them are incredibly complex, with hundreds of pendants, dozens of colors, and they have knots that represented words, and they were read syllable by syllable. If you're in an empire like the Incas, where people spoke many, many, many different languages, if you have a writing system or a communication system that is not tied to speech, but uses symbols, uses ideas, then people who speak different languages can come together and understand each other. Now, what's really mysterious is that there were narrative quipus. And supposedly these narrative quipus had biographies, they had poems, they had histories, they served as letters. The Incas would use quipus during the construction of Machu Picchu. If we could decipher them, quipus could give us insights into that whole process and could really unlock the mysteries of the Incas for us.
Untangling messages encoded in intricate workshops reveal the true purpose of Machu Picchu. For now, the quest for answers about this mountain kingdom continues. But there's a Native American structure that stands in New Mexico, which experts believe may be even more baffling, because its secrets are in the stone.
We're here for our convertible.
How about an SUV? Want to get out of here?
They're right here.
Whatever it is, we're here for it.
So, achieving this level of flavor, is it difficult?
We take the square foot of lemon over lime. Right.
It's Hillary!
In the stifling deserts of northwest New Mexico lies a 10-mile-long rugged expanse called Chaco Canyon. The landscape consists of high mesas, sandstones, and arid flatlands, giving the impression that humans have never inhabited this remote area. Which is why it's so surprising that within this desert lie the ruins of what was once an ancient Native American city that was centered in the heart of Chaco Canyon.
Chaco Canyon is considered a marvel of engineering because it's a desert landscape. It's a pretty secluded location. Materials had to come from a long way off. We really don't know why they decided to build there. The time period for the occupation of Chaco Canyon starts around 500 AD, and it goes all the way up to, we're told, 1070 AD. And is one of the largest structures of the ancient people that were put on the planet.
The builders of Chaco Canyon were the ancestral Pueblos, a prehistoric Native American group centered around the southwestern United States. Unlike many of their Native American neighbors, they maintained a traditional nomadic lifestyle. The Pueblo people built an astonishing quasi-urban settlement centered around Chaco Canyon in a set of 75 or more sites, housing up to 5,000 people. So why choose this location so specifically?
It's hard to imagine why the ancient Pueblos decided to build a grand city in the middle of the desert. And secondly, that a clue lies in the fact that the structures in Chaco Canyon were painstakingly and perfectly coordinated with the cosmos.
The celestial findings at Chaco Canyon are absolutely amazing.
These guys built structures aligned with stars, or with the sun and the moon. And we don't understand a lot of it, but that tells me that there was a very religious significance to these structures.
West Chocolate Canyon built in a harsh desert spiritual instead of pragmatic reason? It's a fascinating theory. But perhaps the bigger mystery of this ancient city is not why it was built, but rather why it was erected. Because in the 12th century AD, the people of Chaco Canyon just disappeared.
This whole area of the ancestral pueblo is embroidered these great big structures. And yet, suddenly they are all abandoned. And this happens very, very quickly. A big question is why. We don't know, but whatever it was, it was dramatic, it was drastic, in some cases almost overnight. People sort of leaving meals and getting out. And so we know that the great city-state was abandoned, but what we do not have is sort of a of what people were thinking or believing.
What happened to the inhabitants of Chaco Canyon? Well, we know they left behind incredible monuments. What we also know is that this same area is actually steeped in paranormal phenomena. Mysterious lights have been seen there. Other types of electromagnetic energy have been reported. And is it possible, therefore, that these energies are something that the Chaco Canyon people actually experience?
Was the abandonment of Chaco Canyon somewhat connected to paranormal phenomena? It may sound far-fetched to some, but according to former U.S. Special Operations Officer David Morris, the government actually studied bizarre anomalies in Chaco Canyon during the 1980s.
I was the only Special Operations Combat Arms officer ever to a CIA, DIA Director of Science and Technology Special Access Program. It was codenamed Sunstreak. The United States government orchestrated the program in 1987 to investigate the source of anomalous phenomena, which was ascending and descending over the Chaco Canyon area. So we decided to keep a vigil over the night sky. And one night at exactly 0 in the morning, directly above Pueblo Alto, something was happening in the night sky. It was like looking at the translucent surface of water, but hanging in the sky in an oval shape. It seemed to bend the light of the stars behind it. After a short time, approximately 18 to 20 minutes, it was just gone. Chattering amongst ourselves about what we just witnessed, we described this as opening and closing. Those don't well outside any scientific reasoning, but it is simply how it felt and looked to us. That doesn't happen without something unexplained facilitating the event. We called it a portal or a vortex that very night.
Could there really be a portal in Chaco Canyon, as David Morris? And if so, might that explain why such a a curious rock carving in Chaco Canyon.
In Chaco Canyon, there's a place called Tejada Butte. The butte rises almost like a monolith out of the desert landscape. And near the top of this butte is a petroglyph that's carved into the rock. And this petroglyph is actually quite large. It's a circular spiral. The spiral itself actually is a sign of migration into a different dimension. So we're thinking that that could be reinterpreted as a portal also. It's very possible that the builders of Chaco Canyon have traveled through a portal to a different dimension because they disappeared mysteriously.
There was something unique about this place. There had to be some sort of an interaction. with something, enough to draw an entire civilization of people there, enough to cause these people to draw spirals in the walls. Based on my observations, my interpretation is that what exists in Planet
Is there an interdimensional portal, Dr. Campbell? To understand both the site's mysterious origins and strange modern-day phenomena, we still need to dig deeper for the truth. And the same to be said about the structure in the jungles of Indonesia that looks like an ordinary mountain peak, that is the ruins of a giant pyramid. Java, Indonesia. In the countryside of this located in the Indian Ocean, lies a mountain that from a distance looks no different from any other peak in the region. But close examination of the mountain reveals a series of ancient stone terraces that are littered with thousands of megalithic blocks. This intriguing site is known as Gunung Padang.
Gunung Padang has all these remarkable kind of things as part of the entire construction, hundreds of thousands of them in fact. Each of the stones, they weigh up to about a third of a ton each. They make up the foundation and are also placed in certain configurations at the top. There's something very powerful in this place. It was only really rediscovered by farmers over the last few years. It's almost untouched. It's like it hasn't been known about for thousands of years. It makes you wonder who could have done it.
The thousands of stone blocks strewn across Gunung Padang. It's hard to imagine what structure could be and the origin of these pyramids has long been shrouded in mystery. But in 2013, the expedition discovered that the truth about this mysterious site is hidden beneath land.
The team of experts did drilling, they did radar surveys, and they did radio carbon testing. And what this revealed is that beneath the site that is visible today, which includes a number of incredible stone settings and rock men, is something even more incredible. We now know that this site does actually conceal beneath it a massive pyramid complex. Gunung Padang is really like a step pyramid buried under stone. Now, the evidence suggests this is extremely ancient and it's a very, very important place.
The revelation that Gunung Padang is actually the ruins of a massive pyramid made headlines around the world. And in recent years, further investigation of the site has been led by geologist Danny Smith. Danny and his team believe they have uncovered evidence of a hidden chamber.
We conduct multi-integrated methods in geology and geophysics that include the ground penetrating radar, the electric crystallography. So we have a good knowledge of the underground structures of Gunung Padang down to 30 meters deep, and we discovered that this
Every day he would come out.
Who named that here? That's sort of the meaning of it.
There's no question. Yeah. Cornelius Dandroff. Your beer's still pretty good. Keep that neat. Keep that. Doors of life.
I want to show you something. I have something very special for my good friend Cornelius Diderot.
Oh, it's a coat. It's a beverage, Chef. It's a beverage that, well, I actually don't think of Dolores as a beverage, but hey.
It wasn't so bad. And my head, it was my head that was so hurt yeah.
Northport Police Department. Hey, sir, I apologize for bothering you. I have to protect the woman. You want to talk to us?
I was turning this down.
Okay, she's on the phone.
It sounded like I was turning it down.
It was done on the 18th, was done before layout of the house. Ground penetrating radar. Not only were we looking for evidence of the Captain Door location, we were also looking for any rim.
You ain't got no mud on.
Hey guys,
That's cool. Okay. Our strategy is to look. Kitchen is yours.
They don't remember anything when they come out of it. Since around the time we moved in the house.
I'm trying to see.
All right, suspects. What is that one? All right, anything down here?
No, nothing down there yet.
Nothing down here? All right.
Here.
Big Mac sauce, double dipped in buffalo ranch, raw ranch, and creamy chili McCrispy strip. Now at McDonald's.
Yes.
That's somebody tell you to bring your boy ass over.
She needs to. She'll never come and watch nothing with us.
No. It ain't a family affair.
Watch the same stuff. That's okay. They don't watch the same stuff. That is okay.
This is Megan Fox's movie.
I watch it. supposed to do too. I take medication since you got it to be paid for food stamps. You gotta put it in your mouth and swallow it. Right. That's food.
Teachers like me.
Wow.
I got to my face now. My lip right here.
I'm saying, but it's not the part of cortisone is not for patients. Race gas. Cortisone is for allergies.
You got a code or something for this one? Oh, no, you just gotta take a picture.
You should be on the VIP list by now.
VIP.
Yes.
Here, carry it. Carry it.
Don't act like you can't carry it now. It's some kind of carry.
Bro, can people stop doing things? Bro, oh my gosh. I just can't believe this. Bro, now this man's just glazing me now. You catching me? Can't find me, can't get me.
Nigga. Everybody tell me shit now, man. I got
Bruh. This man's doing too much, like back off.
Those are good. Yeah, yes, they are. Natty!
that motherfucker. Smash that motherfucker thing.
What?
What the fuck you been biting on this shit? Bullshit, motherfucker. You like to play and them song to this shit. Tell me twice.
Got it. It's a. I could not stand it. Hold on. Look at the picture they saw. Oh, you can see the picture now. When they do it right. You can tell. As long as they must start to take the picture of my ass. Remember how you get up going on and say I ain't getting nothing?
Yeah, no, she thinks she can be a whole woman.
My TV in there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot you did say that. No, that sounds like a plan, babe.
That's what you
You gotta do get it.
What about Anna? Yeah. Yeah, but when you said you didn't get it,
You listen to my money talk. That's true.
You little scammer.
But no, that's why he taking pictures of shit.
right, but some of them don't do that. It's not like they're supposed to.
You little scammer.
They should have took attention. They should have been holding my TV salad. You know what I'm trying to figure out how to get her on? The what is it called?
GoPuff?
Not GoPuff.
Amazon?
Not Amazon, but
Walmart?
Pay now. I mean, get now, pay after. Pay later. Yeah. Buy now, pay later. Yeah. Yeah, but I can tell those on your credit. Look at me. But then you won't. Can't use them again. I don't want to. Yeah. I don't want to use them ever again. You hear me? You know what I mean? I don't see it. Talk to me. Listen bad. That's bad. Tell me look at the bed. And then in the bed.
What? Green?
Want me to put them in this fridge? Where are the keys? Never mind.
Taste it.
I'm full. Taste it. I ain't even eat all my food. I'm lying to you. Oh no, it's not that I don't think I'm not gonna like it. I'm just full. You make it like a stopper, right? And I'm saving room for my.
Oh, no, I ain't gonna make it stop.
Oh. Oh, you do that. Yeah, you talk about it. That's all. Here. We used to sell nacho cheese and stuff like that. A walking taco. Yeah, and the tacos and stuff in the bag. A walking taco. What you got? What you get, Charlotte? She heard me those answers.
that's where she was better shooting her team. That was really bad. You gotta tell the motherfucker to change your shit. Shit. That's all short for 3 bags of shit. What?
I think it's broken, Maurice. The heating pad.
All that thing probably on.
It's on.
Is the whole thing lit up?
Yep.
Or just the one light?
No, the whole thing is lit up. Even the heating pad is lit up, but the screen is. Come on, Remy, fix it. Fix your ear. Can't keep on flipping your ears up. That's the boy. What? I don't even know what that is. Stop it. How can I help you? I did it. Yeah. Always making a damn plate and then don't eat it. We'll eat it over the next 2 days. Yeah.
It's not too bad.
They don't take long.
For sure.
Quick one.
True.
That's the one left is the one brother.
術式判定。フーガ。
I'll tell you what, hold this one off. I'll let you keep the cost.
Really? No. I think so. The real mystery is focus up to two.
術式判定。術式判定。邪魔だ。術式判定。ああ、そうか、そうだな。そうかもな。カラスと照明。
This is important. Excellent.
術式判定。 そうか、そうだな。そうかもな。術式判定。カラスと照明。
Start hiring corporate agents.
Yeah, but when it comes to being a travel agent, you're not going to drop Excellent, your personality, yeah?
術式判定。
Such a cute couple.
Enjoy your trip, Emily. This quick. Try not to scratch it. Chill.
Yeah, 術式判定。邪魔だ。邪魔だ。
That's a royal flush.
Yeah. 術式判定。
I was like, back off, what are you doing?
術式判定。術式判定。 邪魔だ。術式判定。術式判定。 邪魔だ。術式判定。 そうか、そうだな。そうかもな。こう、天候、カラスと照明。そうか、そうだな。そうかもな。術式判定。
Okay, so let me get out. Go civilian. So what? Go off the grid. We start over. We're gonna have to cut off contact with everybody.
I believe that. Now cut off too.
Yeah.
I say.
術式判定。
Why did you reach my song? Take my song.
カラスと称名。そうか、そうだな。
I was just wondering if you haven't well, Monday is really open for me. I would like midnight.
Hell no.
Could you repeat?
力が溢れてくるぜ。俺もすげえそいつ。
Something to do with a girl named Molly?
Look at this. She's downtown at Adams and Peabody. She should turn the location services on. It's like cheap.
It's a club. Yes.
What is the cable broken? Is that why you rumors are
Rumors.
Yes.
Karen.
Guys, listen. Just get with the room, okay? And we're just gonna head on out.
Yeah. What are you gonna do about it?
I think you heard me. I said, guys, we'll just give us some room so I can take my underage daughter out the club.
She looks old enough to me.
Okay, just relax, okay? Let's go. It's over.
Not so.
Thanks for the one in there.
Then we're not boomers, okay? We're Gen X, if anything. We're kind of like on the bubble, you know, like in between generations.
fake ID?
No, we just let 14-year-olds into this club. Hey, fine, yes, I have a fake ID, but I just needed to go dancing.
Who put you up to this, huh?
His name is James, and you're so like him because he's white.
What? Your mother's white.
And besides, this is not about James. This is about you.
Yes.
You're just upset because I want to live my life and not yours. How did you even find me? Hello? Mine sucks. Not the full password. You broke into my laptop and you read my text.
Your text, they're our text. That's not your phone.
This is why I'm getting my GED. What? Thank you guys for really what college are.
But the joke's on you because we ain't paying for that shit. And you'd be surprised how much you do. Just a couple of
You really expect me to believe that? You guys are being so fake right now. How fake?
あなた方はみんな私の右の下にいる。心には無駄。
That didn't make sense what she said. Come on, listen to that. See what she is.
For the first time in a really long time, I just felt needed.
You just need it a different way.
Not anymore, you don't. You're going to be running for so long, I'm going to have a bum date before you.
What?
She found your passwords literally on your computer. They were hidden. They're low enough. But if they spy on me, they're going to spy on you too. I'd like to see them try. All of my stuff requires two-factor authentication. You're such a nerd. America's just spy on me. You know what I need? I need to feel hate again. I need to feel like they're pulsing. I need to feel like that bitch again. You know what I'm talking about?
Pass back. Pass back right now. Pass me the ball. Go for the dome.
Shower. You coming?
30. Affirmative. You expect somebody? What up, baby? Last from the bed.
I didn't even try to pass or anything, bro.
Yeah. Boomers. Red dance party.
Like, what?
It is.
Hey, you know? No, you don't have time for that.
Tell you what, if I found you this easily, your enemies are not going to fall behind you.
It's a year.
We don't have anything. I sell custom puzzles on Etsy. What's so wrong with us? There's also a plane crash.
We searched the crash site. We couldn't find it anywhere. We did find the case, a bunch of dead bodies and terrorists. But no drop.
He is working with Thor now, and they are coming up to you and
He did that 3 times. Use it. Might want to pass the ball before they. That's why you should have passed the ball. Pass back right now. Pass back right. Oh my gosh. My gosh, bro. Oh my gosh. Bro, I just need to get the ball. Pass me the ball right now, bro.
I think they discontinued it. I think now we just have to accept it. Maybe our magical system is over.
I'm sorry. Mom, why are we going to England? Because we're going to go visit your grandmother. What? You have a grandmother?
Yeah, I'm surprised, right?
I know it's really hard to understand, and I am really sorry, but my mother was not someone I wanted to see. You said she was dead. No, I didn't say she was dead. No, you said she was dead.
Listen, look at what they say.
I mean, sometimes it felt that way, but I don't know. She was really cold and distant, and she found out the boarding school schedule, so.
We should grandma was too.
Yeah, she's done.
I mean, yeah.
Bro, ball hogs. They don't pass it to me.
She's not that.
So look, if we're acting weird or stressed out, it's just because that's the way she makes us feel, okay?
Bro, like, pass me the ball. Right here.
Okay, good. No, obviously not. I went to going to a club and got grounded, and you are having a living moth. None of this makes sense. Okay, you're right. You know what? I owe you an explanation, but I can't do it here. Well, yeah, I was going to. Oh, honey, what's going on? Oh, the air's sick.
We're not in the area yet, though.
Let's get into it first, okay?
I said that to the it's clear nobody's over. What is it?
It's less than
This is exactly what we did not tell them. Yeah, we she was 15 years, 2 extra days on her.
It's not just gonna stay.
Yeah, good. That's why I was. I know this.
Shh. You can't go into the friends.
We must have. There is no damn tattoo. Use it every day. As I need things,
Oh my gosh, ain't no way.